Hi. No YouTube. Wait, what's this? What is this audio source? There's an audio source that I don't know what it's supposed to be. Oh, this could be the hand cam mic, I think. Oh, pay attention to Persona 5. It could come up in the Ani guesser. Surely this song is also in the anime. Ooh, this color is not good. Where's my hand cam? Okay. Blind. I remember this song. She's a shapeshifter. Shapeshifter. Maybe she's a chef shifter. Maybe she can turn into a cook. If I want to be mean to you, I'm gonna do this. And then just don't say anything about it and move on. Oh boy, this is some audio delay. Oh wait, no. This audio delay I can fix like this. Which one is it? This. There we go. It is some speedrunner. Obviously, I know every single mod on speedrun.com. It would be weird if not, right? I am aware that that is just your way of poking around whether I have actually looked at the runs. Oh, what's in anime hell? I started my anime hell again today. I finally started watching the current season of ReZero. I think I'm gonna binge it to where it currently is after the stream. It's just my guilty pleasure. Vinland Saga, very good. Enjoy. Have fun with Aşkelade and Torkel. Oh, season 2 already. Then no Aşkelade. Well, kind of. I forgot the name of his co-worker, his co-slave. Where do I begin? So why am I so blue today? My camera isn't doing me any favors today. I'm blue or purple. Is there a way to adjust? Just do I always look this purple? Or is this just my screen? To my eyes, I look purplish. And I don't think I am purple. What do we have here? Well, we have contrast and saturation. That's all. Oh, I can... Oh, this could be bad. This is the same that I do for my hand cam. Let's see if it improves or worsens things. Oh, like this? I mean, now I'm red. I guess I'm just colorful. Huh. So it's the white balance, the automatic thingy. It could be the indirect light a little bit, yeah. It could also be, I mean, maybe it is real, because I've been drinking blueberry milkshake. Maybe I am purple. Real. I don't use mirrors. Remember the garlic thing? I have to rely on my webcam. Actually, do vampires show up in photographs and on cameras? Let's see what I make it brighter. I don't think this changes much. Saturation. I think it's plenty saturated if I look at the books in the background. Maybe it's too much saturation. That's that. Yeah. Oh wait, there's a white balanced. I didn't scroll down. This could be good. White balance temperature. That's the way. That's what I'm looking for, right? Okay, what does this do? What's it set to now? 4,000. Oh, that's Kelvin, I suppose. I can't drag it. What's the... like sunlight, daylight sun temperature in Kelvin again? 5,500 or something like that? That is in fact what I have as lamps. Just don't remember if that's the number. It doesn't seem to do anything. I'm violently tapping the white balance temperature. 5,700, thank you. Great. Activated my hotkeys. Okay, I think this... Oh, it reset it to 5 now. I think this OBS feature is broken. Because typing anything changes the active window field. I'm gonna stop messing with it. I don't think it did anything, I'm still purple. I mean, I know what I could do. I could do a LUT filter and put it on top as a visual filter. That's the professional way to do it, and I probably will. What's that high jump? Ah. I also just noticed that. What's my mouse doing? Jump height. Oh, so now Zap is gone. I can announce that I got a green light for watching Madoka. Laggy. Gotta be slower. It's much better. Laggy save state. It's the perfect timing. Oh, only 3 frames. Oh. Should read to the end first. Oh, Diabot did it too. What are your findings? Same. It's good confirmation. It's too late. Makes it too easy. That was too early. That's perfect. A little slow. Still 33. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, sometimes like the buffer is pretty early, so even I think in the screen transition you can, like if you start holding there, you probably lose those 4-ish frames. I've had that feeling when I missed the buffer before. Oh, Jubilu, something that I noticed that you were doing. I think, I'm not 100% sure, this could be a sample size issue again, but I think you're shooting the ant up here too late. You do something like this. Oops, not like this. I actually forgot how you do it. I think you just do a low jump like this. Yeah, that's what you do. And then you get those 2 lag frames when the ant is still falling and the boulder spawns. From my testing way back in the day, you have to shoot the first ant early. Which is why I always do this one. And then you don't get the little hiccup when the boulder spawns. Comparison again. Didn't notice it this time. Might be worth double checking. Maybe I had a strange save state when I tested this. No, I think this is the one that Slash also double checked back then. That's too early. No, it's just right. Yeah, no, we have 2 independent checks for this. I think Slash tested this one first, and then I confirmed. That's the order how it happened. Hey, Jordan. am I now? What craft though? Oops. Yep. I think I noticed something else that you were doing. Maybe I'll remember when I actually accidentally practice the level. I wanna do this. Every craft. Bow. It puts me under quite a bit of performance pressure now. Meep meep. I actually don't know. You do the double shot here? I don't know if that lags at all. I never tested that. Can't tell. It could be a single frame, if anything. Your red could obviously be faster. The slowish jump strat, I think, is probably also losing you close to 10 frames, if I had to guess. Can I not load my save state? Maybe not quite 10, but I think it's substantial. You can do it perfect. Maybe I haven't seen the execution that you mean. Ah. I know. Oh, and I noticed that you're not doing the turnaround at the like aiming for the direct door in Pumpkin 1. It's free to go for. I recommend practicing it a little bit. It's like 2 or 3 frames if you get it. If you get it well. Eleki has the exact number. Oops. Well, you might as well from the task, I suppose. Oops. I honestly still don't understand why this should save time. Whoops, no, which one is it? It is this one, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but some of them are just free. Like the ending here doesn't hurt, just already doing it. Phew. It's too early. Cannot do it. It's a single frame. Consistent though. It's cool. How can I be so consistently bad? That's the one. Du, 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 du. It's too much. That one still saves time. That's perfect. And worst case, you just break even. The rare perfect one. I never get that perfect in runs. Ever. Must be the song. Ah. Rest momentum. don't think that is fast enough for 56, but let's see. What does the pipe say here? Ah, could be. Ah! It's by a frame. Ah! It's the second jump there from the middle cork. Laggy, I know, but in-game time could have worked. There it is. From a suboptimal save state. That's pretty good. I want to do IL attempts of this somewhat soon, because I think I got it now. Like I actually have the strats down. Piggies. A 445. See that one is scarier to me than Mario 1. I mean, it should be. It is tighter. It's much tighter. 56 is actually not that tight. I forget what it is. You have like 16 frames to spare compared to TAS. Whereas with 45 it's only, what is it? 3, 4, 5? $15. That many? I thought that number belongs to Mario 1. That seems like too much. 15 for 445? That would, no, that can't be. That would mean that a perfect mushroom grab alone would be enough. It's not 15. No way. don't think I need to practice turtle. Maybe the stairs. Yeah, the stairs. I dropped the input just when there was no bubble. Man, I love the Lufia soundtrack. Oh, wait. Guess I need one more pixel on jump height, yeah. Double pipe suck, wasted. Such a strange save state. Oh yeah. I mean 507 is TARS, right? I always forget. Didn't let me make my save state. Ohio, Ayaka. Ah, 1 pixel. How is this always slow? There we go. 1 in-game second behind. I've done that in a run before. Slow. Fingers are slow. A little better. That's good. Ah, how did I jump so high? Ah! It is. First it sounded a little bit like Shingeki no Kyojin. Never played an Ys game. Don't even know what console it originally came out on. only 8-13. Should be 14 there. I played well. Oh, it's way too early. No! It's too late. It's too late. Yeah. It was too late. Didn't hit the ceiling. Consistent. It's not the right timing. I'm wondering. You not get under? Doesn't seem like it. I don't think you can get under. No. Ugh, 12. What the heck? I'm not even hitting the buttons. 2 is the only gap that I can't hit there. I am fumbling my fingers. I'm all over the place. Don't think this controller will ever be able to do that. Ah! Better. Kinda slow today. Very many 4s. Eleven. Ten. 10 sometimes works. I start with a 4. Keep merging. Not good today. That's better. Let's focus on 1 cycles. Is that not even a merge? I want 5 1 cycles in a row. 5. That's 2. 3 would be too easy. No! Merged. Watch me not be able to get 3. One. Not like that. The dreaded 2 again. One. We count that. It's mostly about the timing. 2. Three. 4. No. Okay, that's worth making a clip of. The 3 albatrosses. And it sounds like I'm getting 4. One. never getting 5. Why do I start on 10? That should not happen. It's a 2 again. No, it's a 85, 83. Yeah. If nothing else, this is the most albatrosses that I've ever gotten in such a short time. Oh. Ooh. One. Let's focus on the task at hand. 2. Three. Jesus. You know a good strat, yeah? Does it look like something like this? You hold Y and you do this with your finger and then you do this and then you also time everything correctly. But I have not practiced it. My head would explode. One. Ayaka, how many albatrosses have you gotten in a row? How many back to back? One. Two. I give up. Just gonna tire out my fingers. I got the 3 albatrosses. That's good enough. And like 8 overall. That is miles above average. We count albatrosses in miles now. Dang, that is good. Also IRK. So many questions. Have you been practicing English? It feels like your English has gotten really good. From what I can tell. Ooh. I wasn't able to capture live split earlier. Let's see, can I fix that? Just one of those days where live split is shy. Yeah, still shy. It cannot be only ChatGPT, because you also understand a lot. I think you have gotten better. How do I convince OBS that it captures my live split? How do I do this? It's not even showing up in the preview now. I hate when it does this. I had a solution, or I thought I had one, which was just highlighting the window. But that doesn't seem to work anymore. Give me live split. Yes. Yes. Very good. Yes, dear bot. I understand. Just gonna check, do I have enough space? I don't have enough space for local recording. 7 gigabytes is probably not gonna be enough. Oh, I think these can all go. Yes. Finished watching a series today, Pluribus. It was good. And now the episodes can go. Okay, recording is running. I try. But my Japanese is not getting better. I must watch more anime. Motto anime. That's easy. Audio delay. Thank you. Let's at least get some Tatanga attempts in. That little scratch in the music there, that is how it sounds when my capture card goes out of sync. Ah. Not like this. Bad level. Good enough. Better than I thought, in fact. Might have split early. Ah. Oh. There goes the 413. Hey, Boba Man. What a beautiful emote combo. Yeah, still 413. Acceptable, but I lost 0.2 in the level. I forgot to practice the hippo thing again. Bad walking. I know you're disappointed. I lost a 10th. It's interesting. Hey, Dustinger. Welcome back, Zap. Hey, Katzi. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out for 3 seconds. I mean, I'm having this run quite early in the stream, so it's going well. Episode without subs. Yeah, sometimes AniCLI, or well, allmanga.to has issues with having all of the episodes available. I noticed that for some older stuff. I was watching... what's it called? The Wolf Girl. Wise Wolf. Merchant and Spice and Wolf, that's what it's called. And the entire second season only has fragmented episodes. Close. So I had to go watch it somewhere else. Which was less convenient, and then I never continued watching. Let's loot Katzy. Focus time for a second. Let's not fall when trying the slide. I'm gonna go slightly late. Just because. I still fell. Can't do it right. Whatever I try, I can't do it right. I unducked too early. I should have just kept sliding and waited. Bonk. Ta. 0 corner boosts. 1. Slow. 2. 3. 4. Minus 1. Silly. I usually look at Mario's head, in general, for most of my cues. Not really consciously, even. It's usually when somebody asks me, then I have to scramble and say, oh yeah, I'm doing this and that. It's more like the overall picture, and the head is closer to the middle where I'm looking. I don't actually look at pixels. I look at where is Mario as a whole in relation to the rest of the level. So I play by vibes, that's what I'm trying to say. But I very rarely look at the ground. I think the only place I look at the ground is in Turtle 3 for the jump cue when grabbing the fire flower. Actually, I think I look at the corner. I don't even look at Mario, I look at the corner. Trying to pay attention to what I'm actually looking at. Yeah, I look at the corner. Great. Ground pixels. Yeah, I mean, just because of how unintuitive the like root hitboxes are, it's probably the way to go. I just try to jump earlier. Yeah, I look at the blocks at the corners. I never really paid attention to what I'm actually looking at. Mech we know. What is mech we know? Yummy peanut butter explosion. That's a name. It exists now. Maybe it's a compound of other ingredients. Bonk. Looking at the ground is probably the way to go. I just can't bring myself to change my ways. But if I were starting out new, that's probably what I would do. A little laggy. Oh. How did that save time? I definitely felt the lag at the end. Well, let's not bonk again. Unfortunate. English dubs. Can you change the quality? Maybe different quality has. Ooh, 0.5. Has subs. I probably still have it downloaded on my other hard drive. Like, I could upload the episodes for you. Oh, okay, dear bot. Because I'm pretty sure I was still downloading when I was watching Vinland Saga Season 2. I had not switched to any CLI. I don't know if I fixed the anime hard drive though. The one that had died before, the one that killed my stream one day. So the anime might be lost. I'm gonna lose 0.1 again. Yep, sure enough. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. I have not practiced good walking in a very long time. That is definitely why. Oh, now I'm realizing why I get 2 cycles sometimes, because my coins are set up for 125. Which is a realistic number for a 2 cycle. Wait, no, for a weird 1 cycle. For a normal 1 cycle. It's normal 1 cycle. What am I talking about? 2 cycle is much slower. No. Cannot continue. Zap, if you're still here, I can introduce you to a very good and safe way to acquire anime. In case something like this happens. So the XDCC protocol. It's an IRC protocol for file transfer. Just gotta join an IRC channel, find a bot, ask the bot, do you have this anime, mayhaps? The bot will reply, yes, I do. Here is what you have to ask me. And then you copy what it says, and then you send the bot a private message over IRC, and in return it sends you the anime. It's so cool. It's what I've been doing for years before switching to AniCLI. Disclaimer, totally no piracy, of course. Bonk. Sometimes the corner boosts just work. Shouldn't have talked. Ahem. That's a bad one to miss. That one is so easy. The one at the bell. I had to tap twice. Ugh. Completely missed the guy. Jelly jumps are not there. That was laggy. The very end. Just barely. Yeah, like mine. Klingen. Really? That's new. For gore. Oh, lucky also to you. Madoka can happen soon-ish. It can't happen this weekend. I won't be at home. But basically anytime next week. It's fake Yuri. I assume that is the very reason why you joined my server. I figured. Corner boosts don't exist. I can't do this today. Tree 2 is impossible. Usually it isn't. Today just is not working. A little slower than the previous ones. I'm so sorry. I also didn't duck here. Still 413. Acceptable. Prepare your boo. Close enough. Awful. It was not on purpose. I didn't want to do a moon jump there. Yeah, it was the strange one where I actually was super early for the spike jump, but still got hit on the second frame already. That one always catches me off guard. I was just like, I wanted to go for the second frame because I thought I had to. That's the first one. Ah. Impossible timing. Okay. Let's take that. Hey Mars, thank you. What am I doing? It's that time in the stream where there are more mistakes than good things. I can feel the focus slipping right now. I'm not there right now. Game Boy Tennis. We can give it a quick try. I haven't really tried it yet. Yeah, usually I start up strong and then I have a dip. And then in the end, there's usually another fast run. But there's always a big dip in the middle where the focus is just gone. Or the fingers are gone, one of the two. Let's do some very quick Game Boy Tetris for Chubaloo. Don't expect anything. They made an SML1? What? Never heard of that. Probably strange. Let's start chill with level 1. I think I remember the service strats, but I don't exactly know how to actually... How are the, like, B and A are different strokes, right? Is it slice and topspin? Which one is which? Mars, you're out of your mind. Everything A. What? Everything A? What does that mean? I'm confused. Nah. I will always have this love-hate relationship with SML1. It made me get as far as I got back then. This very love-hate relationship. I just ran it to spite Mug. Because Mug said, you can't beat my PB. And he was all in my face in every stream about it. And then I beat his PB, and then I was so close to world record that I might as well keep going. And then my PB run happened. That would have been world record if not for the bonus game. And then a couple of days later, Callum got a really good record. And that's when I said, yep, had enough. No, not really, actually. That I still had to keep playing because I had submitted the run to ESA. So reluctantly, I kept practicing. Truth bomb, Aleki. I haven't seen Mug in probably 3 years. Last time he just randomly appeared in my chat here, but that, again, it was years ago. I can't even really remember how many years. He was active on TAS videos at some point. Within the last year, I want to say. Anyway, let's have a look what this is. That's not the timing. That is out. What? Don't know how to do this. The ace. Oh, you can't slide like in Super Tennis. Banger soundtrack. What? Bull. How do you increase the... What? How do you increase the surf speed? What? What? I hit the ball with my body. Banger game. That was out, but it wasn't out. Thanks, I guess. No! I think that's close to the strat, that kind of hit. What? Huh? Oh! No, ace is definitely possible in double one. I've seen it. Just can't seem to do it. Well, I don't actually know how the controls work. Ace. Ah, that's how it is. There we go. No! It's too early. What? How do I hit it further? It's the second time I messed this up. And that one is strange. It should have hit, in my opinion. Yeah, Samus Returns. Not a bad game at all. Apparently so. I'm figuring out the aces. My return game is just awful. Eh. Mario, open your eyes. I haven't figured out how hit strength works at all. Seems random. Really? I need one break eventually. What? It's the first time. Yippee. What? That is so strange. This guy. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No, there's no way to get that. Only one game left to make it up. I haven't figured it out at all. The serve, yeah, but the return game is absolutely awful. Why did I shortened the hit? Ah. Yeah, I understand the principle. It's the same in Super Tennis. It's just that I think the movement speed is throwing me off. Why is he serving? This is not tennis rules. That's what I should be doing. No, it's not the rules of tennis. He had the last serve in the first set. It's not how it works. What? Yeah, but that's not how tennis works. They got the rules wrong. Oops. Nope. I do know the rules of tennis. Nintendo did not. Surf keeps changing. Doesn't reset just because the set ends. Jesus Christ. I was just holding forward. I can't figure out return games at all. It's too high. It's too high. I want to figure it out. Ah. Oh, have I figured it out? Ah, slow surf. I might have figured it out, at least on this side. On the deuce side. Ah. Let's see if I have figured it out. I have. Yes, okay. Okay, figured it out. Ah! Bullshit. That one doesn't work if I do the thing. Let's see if I still got it. I think I went too far forward. No, still worked. Ah, too high. This must be so frustrating to reset. Too high again. What? Where did you get them? Oh, got me. Yippee! I won my first game. Not sure. How good is the world record? I guess this one is actually hard to beat. Whoa, my speed is faster. That's interesting. Damn, everything is faster. Whoa! Angles are completely different. Ah. This is kinda cool, like it's like a different game. Completely different physics. Guess I can't go closer. Damn. Yeah, no, now I would actually have to know how far away from a ball I have to stand. What? For a backhand, that is perfect placement. Ah. The other guy is faster than I am, right? The player speed. Or is it just input reading? He's too fast. He's everywhere. Is this my first point? No, I think I had one earlier. No! Try to channel my inner Federer. It's probably the way, otherwise he's just too fast. But now I have to, no. I have to smash. Damn. Okay, that is the way to go. Ah! Almost. This is still stupid. No. But yeah, this is not how tennis works. It's my serve now. Ooh, I saw that. What? Can you just not hit the ball at certain heights at all? Yo! I smashed. I didn't smash. No! What? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Why do I go all the way over there? Just stay in the middle. No! Hey, Smoggy. No, too early. Ah. You might be right. Real life might have restrictions as well. destroyed him. No. How is that not? I did it before, so why is it not working? It's the same timing. No! With my face. Oh, my ankles. I think he figured me out. It's the exact same timing, and sometimes it doesn't work. Strange. Like, why is that not a smash? Great. No. Not today. The level 1-1... Is the world record perfect in the level 1-1? Because that one seems doable to get a perfect run through. No. But the grind must be so annoying. Like one second serve and it's just over. Yeah, I mean, it seems very doable. But say you hit, or you hit a first serve into the, you hit it out on number 24. Annoying. Also, I couldn't really tell. There seemed to be some leeway for the aces. So at least for the service game, I think it doesn't have to be super precise. Oh yeah, that's completely out of your control. But I don't even remember that. Did the CPU ever miss a serve in those games? So every second run, that's a bit annoying. It's not really precise when it comes to D-pad inputs, at least. Seemed very forgiving in that regard. It's just that I have no idea how to properly position the player yet. I'll see if I give it a serious attempt. No promises. Bonk, bonk. There was this one PC tennis game that I really liked, where I was also doing speed challenges, so to speak. Forgot what it was called. Something like Game, Set and Net. I found an interesting bug in it, or an exploitable mechanic, I suppose. You could increase your... like, that was normal. You could increase your hit strength by how long you held the button beforehand. Like, you would go into the right place and then hold the button, and then when you released, you would actually hit it. But what you could do is you could hold a slice, but then hit with a topspin. So it would do a hybrid shot, which was very hard to return for the CPU. I don't think that mechanic was intended, but it was cool to do. And it was actually a combination of the physics of the two. So you could do very fast topspin lobs, for example, which were not normally in the game. But yeah, the hybrid between slice and topspin was the most impossible to return, because it was a very low trajectory and still very fast. Let me see if I can find that game. Or was it properly game, set and match? I thought it was a strange name, which didn't exactly make sense. Hey, Blue's here. I think this is a task for ChatGPT later. Find this game. I had it as a shareware game on a GameStar CD-ROM. GameStar was a German, or maybe it still is, a German video game magazine. It had I think you had 2 playable characters, but they didn't have the licenses, so they were like... It wasn't Andre Agassi, but Andre Begassi, I think? Or A. Begassi? And Peter P. Summer instead of Sampras? I think that's how I would... Begassi. It's probably how I will find the game. I was able to perfect that, like, don't let the opponent make any point. I don't remember it. I don't think it was ace, ace, ace. And return winner, return winner, return winner. But it was all the points. That was also the first game, maybe the second game that I tried to mod. Modding meaning just switching textures. The first one was Viper Racing, also for the PC. Well, obviously, it's modding. That must have been back in 95 or 96, probably 96. Ding dong. Runs were going not so great. Good tree zones earlier, but I lost one run to Tatanga. Wait, 2 runs to Tatanga, right? And 1 run in Macro 1. Or was it just 2? Did I have 2 or 3 runs? I had 3 runs, I think. I don't recall. Oh, the third one ended in Space 1. Didn't make it to Tatanga. Jumped too high. Could have worked out with the lag reduction though, let's see. Kind of. Kind of worked. I don't know why I can't do this today. It's the third time I bonk the pipe. Or the block, not the pipe. I bonked the pipe earlier as well. Bonking everything there. I mean, I've been persisting for 12 years now. I don't think that's any problem for me. That's the one thing I definitely have going for me. But sometimes it's also important to realize, like on a given day, that it's just not happening. Not there yet today. Just saying, sometimes it's good to give up for the day. And come back fresh another time. And usually I can tell, like I can feel it when it's just not going anywhere. When the mind starts wandering. Bonk. I haven't had a single good tree 2 the entire day. This one is not great either. But it's my best so far. I just have to get lucky with the lag here. Nothing I can do to influence that, as far as I know. I know I'm correct. Ah, made it worse. It was a good one, up to that point. Would have been a really good one. Solid. Generally solid tree lefts the entire day. No bonk. No bonk. Let's go. Good. 0.8 again, maybe 0.7. Okay, I take it. I don't think I split early. Frame perfect map. Ah. A bubble boost. No. Maybe. Was a good one. Ah. quit walking for once. Acceptable. Yeah, good level. No, that bottle is not the blueberry milkshake. That bottle is diluted iced tea cherry flavor. The ratio is like 1 to 5. 1 parts iced tea, 4 parts tap water. I usually don't have any sweetened drinks, but when I was in the other supermarket, not in my regular one the other day, they had 2-liter Tetra packs of this iced tea. So I thought, it's summer. If I want something fresh, maybe this will do. No, my feet. And I hadn't seen the big carton before, so I don't know if they even have it all year. They might not. Might just be a summer thing. Attack. 5. Very acceptable. Yo, the maps are working. Don't fall in the hole. Not again. What am I doing? Huh? Never done that before. Unraveling. Probably a reset, right? It's right in that range where I want to reset. Surely. Ooh. Yes, please. Well, first I have to get through this level. I slipped off the button. That's okay. Should have practiced more, because these buttons are very mushy. Just feels strange. Actually, you can see how the Y button only works every second time on the input display. Not a great meshing controller. It's usually good enough, but not more. I could try changing the rubber for... Wait, how do... No, the rubber's... No, it's one piece. It doesn't feel bad, it's just... It's dropping inputs, I don't know why. It feels clicky, it feels much better than the B button, actually. But the B button is actually getting through... Nah, also not every time. Huh. I don't know what to do with this information. I definitely can't switch controllers for that boss fight. I don't think. Garbage. Bonk. Missed the level entry again. I cannot play this level today. I give up. First pixel. I forgot to flutter. Can't even do swag strats. Hello? Not even allowed. I'm getting to that point today where it feels like I can't anymore. Let's do these two pipes here. And then maybe something else. Fresh new bonks. One more. Glitch sound on the menu screen. That is very rare. Hey. Or was it game net and match? I think it was game net and match. Still thinking about the tennis game. Video didn't start. No. Ah. I think it's over for me. I think it's so over. I'm surprised I actually caught the mushroom there. Thought I was too far right. Can't do it today. At all. Nope. No timing. Wait, why did that message not get through? I see it in Chatty, but I don't see it anywhere else. What the heck? That one got through. For some reason, maybe it was too lewd. Hey, Rako. Not really. Tatanga and Macro 1 reset day. Macro 1. Lost 2 runs there. One was actually on really good pace, even without a Albatross. Was only 0.8 behind. And then I messed up. Okay, that's the SML2 segment for today. What shall we do now? I wanna have a look at the tennis game again. I think it could be called Game Net and Match. That's the one. I think. Yeah, I found it. It is called Game Net and Match. Alternative names: Extreme Tennis, Great Quartz 3, and Yannick Noah Great Quartz 3. Released in '98. In France, Germany, the UK, and the US. And India. Was by Blue Byte? Oh no, published by Blue Byte. Developed by Media Games. Oh, there's an abandonware download. Do I dare download this? Pretty sure I could run it through Proton. Is myabandonware.com a trustworthy site? I feel like I should not easily. Hey, Chris and Nasputin. Yeah, the good luck is not needed anymore. Oh, you want it? I mean, technically, if I run it in Proton, it's also sandboxed. But sure. This is the game. Maybe I never even played the full game. Like, very likely I never played the full game. I only had the shareware one. Because I don't even remember being doubles in the game. Nor the gray hardcore. I don't know how well Proton handles like specific compatibility modes. Windows 95. Probably gonna set this up for another day. I already see differently sized versions. This looks fishy. This looks very fishy. I do not trust this one bit. I just saw the differently sized versions. No. Probably not even gonna be the game in there. Yeah, my version definitely didn't have multiplayer. Yeah. Some Proton tricks fiddling, very likely. That's nothing for now, but I'll keep that on my radar. I found a different link as well on oldgames.com. To my untrained eye, this one looks a little bit more normal. So what do we do? Could play some Tetris DX. Feel like that's the way to go. Tetris DX for like 1 or 2 hours. Thanks for checking, by the way, Asperton. Let's quickly change categories here. And make extra sure that I don't delete my save game. Okay, we are safe. Let me switch scenes. And inform the Game Boy Tetris crew. Let's see if I can make myself comfy today. What is Elton John doing in this video game soundtrack? Okay, I think I have a line clear or a Tetris set up, if I remember correctly. Was the line clear? Immediately in trouble. Can't be bothered to change the YouTube title. Symmetry. I think I found my rhythm. Loud. This sounds like it could be a Beat Saber. It's like a Ludicin song. One line away from a perfect clear. Thank you. Good night. I gotta keep going at it, otherwise it's gonna take forever. Gotta get some attempts in every now and then. Attempts, I mean, some lines, I suppose. Probably not gonna go too far today, just because of how late it is. Maybe 10k. Speaking of Beat Saber, this is ranked. I think I'm number 1 on this map. I might not be anymore. Yeah. It sounded more like Kirby than Mega Man. 10,000 at most today. I'm getting tired. I think I have to call it early. It's something like oops. All eights. staying the same. That's the thing about this version of Tetris. It's never getting fast. I just need to stay awake. The problem is that this is a little bit too chill, almost. And actually fall asleep. I mean, I do have occasional micro sleeps during these. Where you just nod off and then spring back up. Which is why I won't play for super long today. But I always set myself a goal of, or like an intermediate goal, of stopping on some funny number for the day. Last time I stopped on all 7s, I guess all 8s is it for today. Risky. Why risky? Oh wait, oh, you're replying to the... Oh. I didn't even see that Dearbot posted an entire paragraph. It would be factually wrong to call Dearbot an AI. Gearbot has been around since 2014, so he predates modern chatbots. He doesn't predate old chatbots. He's just a goofy goober. Perfectly. Let's go. We catch up on Gearbot's ramblings. Jesus, Gearbot. What is going on with him? You know, AI implies that there is some kind of... Like, these days it implies that there's some kind of neural network or machine learning algorithm in the background. Gearbot is much simpler, but it has so many things meshed together that it has this sense of complexity. But in reality, it's just randomness. And I usually don't like to give the full game away of what all goes into Gearbot, just to keep it funnier. Sometimes I don't even know where certain things come from that he rambles off. That paragraph from earlier, I know exactly where it comes from. Oftentimes I'm surprised. Oftentimes I'm also just... I might just have forgotten that I have programmed something in years ago. He loves clothes. Interesting. I just find it... I find nonsense funny. Like, actually just the unpredictability. In general, that's just what I find funny. If something surprises me. And I wanted Gearbot to reflect that. It's actually not too hard to create this illusion of complexity. If you keep it random enough. If it becomes too repetitive, then you can see the patterns. And if you pay close attention, you can definitely have a glimpse behind the curtain and see how the sausage is made sometimes. There are better and worse things inside of Gearbot. And then amidst all of the nonsense, I also have some actual functionality inside of Diabot that helps me keep track of things. I should definitely re-implement the voice activation though. That is so much easier nowadays than when I first tried to implement it. Because in situations like right now, I would like to control Diabot just by shouting at him. I want to keep track of this, for example. It's the one from a couple of minutes ago. In fact, I think Diabot started out entirely with the premise, or I had the premise of making it a utility-like thing. Something useful for the live stream. But very, very quickly the nonsense part took over. Now I wouldn't want to have it any other way. I think if I say it's perfect, that's the entirely wrong thing. He should never be perfect. That would be awful. If Diabot was perfect, he would be boring. It's the entire point. He's a mess. That's what he is. It's an absolute mess. As he should be. The wrong piece to come right there. Shouldn't have put it on top of that. Hey there. How is it going? You're catching the very, very tail end of the stream. Just want to get my lines to all 8s and then call it for today. Yeah, DK94 had... I think it's not really active anymore, the community, but it had a somewhat active community. There have been runs. There was a big discussion of whether to make the Super Game Boy, like the inaccurate first Super Game Boy, the standard platform, because it does run the game faster. At the same time, it loses some time because of some package loading, because it's a Super Game Boy enhanced game. In the end, it was settled that it's fastest to run just on GBI, on like consoles that don't have the enhanced features. Wait, what is very sad? Oh, that the community is not active anymore. I think it's not. Maybe there's still somebody running it. Just haven't really heard anything of any progress in that game recently, but maybe there's something. I could be wrong. Okay, let's call it here for today. Lines are on the bottom. I think I wanna... There was a piece coming that didn't really fit. It's better. Now we are ready to continue whenever this continues. Could be as early as Thursday. I don't think much earlier. The thing, so the Super Game Boy caveat is that the first Super Game Boy simply runs Game Boy games too fast. It runs it at 2.4% faster than it should, which the Super Game Boy 2 fixes while retaining all of the Super Game Boy enhancement features. That was the thing back then. The person who ran it, like who pioneered the speedrun, he tried to push, like no other Game Boy game does this. No other Game Boy game says, oh hey, Super Game Boy is faster, so let's do that one. Which would just make it that everybody would have to run on a Super Game Boy. which is 1 out of like 20 different platforms. It's not necessarily unfair, it's just the community consensus has been that it is a faulty piece of hardware, which Nintendo later fixed with the Super Game Boy 2. So for speedrunning purposes, to not like fragment the communities and hey, you gotta get this hardware to be competitive, it has been determined that Super Game Boy 1 times just get converted down to the frame rates of like all other Game Boy platforms. Because the OG Game Boy, Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Color, GBA SP, the Game Boy Player for the Nintendo GameCube, all of those run at the same speed. The Super Game Boy 1 is the only exception. So just because it's official, that was always the discussion, hey, it's official, it's made by Nintendo, so why not use it? Or why not make it the standard? That's the problem. Using it is fine. But ruling out all of those other platforms or making them non-competitive, that was the big issue back then. Yeah. And it was just strange because that one person who advocated for that was the only active runner and the world record holder of DK94 back then. And they wanted to do their own thing far away from everyone else in the Game Boy in the Game Boy speedrunning community. Obviously, it's not an organized, like it's somewhat organized, but it's not like a governing body or anything. So in the end, they gave up on like doing this hardware fragmentation approach. Well, it's always strange to me, like if you... Wait, you have 64 in the name, so you're probably aware of the like old hardware... what's the best way to call it? Like the hardware wars back in the Ocarina of Time days, where people were getting... Hey, now we're playing on Wii Virtual Console because it's faster. No, now we're playing on the Chinese exclusive handheld platform, the IQ or whatever it's actually pronounced, which was an absolute mess. Like it was absolutely awful. If you wanted to be competitive, you had to get, like for a couple of months, you kind of had to get the Chinese exclusive IQ thingy. Are they getting overclocked? How would that work? I can see them getting less and less precise. I have not heard of that. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's surprising to me that it would be a constant overclocking. Things like the Super Game Boy 2, well, Super Game Boy 1 also, they have timing crystals, which you can replace. So there's that, if it's something like that. I don't see how a CPU would overclock itself. Like it's probably just minute little inconsistencies that probably cancel each other out. But I know nothing about that. Yeah, maybe I will look into that. But for the far future, at least, there is FPGA hardware emulation nowadays. With systems like the Mister or like the analog products, that is somewhat future-proof. Interesting. Oh, you mean when they try to... Yeah, I can see that. When they try to console verify something and the hardware is degraded, so it doesn't comply with its theoretic specs. Yeah, I can see that. That said, that is usually a problem with ridiculously accurate emulators. Like if you have, like Super Nintendo emulators, Higan, or like the old BSNES, which Higan I think is the successor of. I think they are so precise that it becomes a problem, because the expectations rise with how good the quality of the emulator is, right? With things like Game Boy games, for example, I think it's always just a toss-up, because Game Boy emulation is very good, but in the very, very fine details, when it comes to screen refreshing and some lag emulation, I think it only gets as close as it can, but it's not fully there. Yeah, Same Boy is good on most systems. I think Same Boy is the... No, Same Boy is not the most accurate on... We had somebody trying to submit an individual level run done on an Android system recently. I think there is an Android port of Same Boy. That one is not fully accurate, I believe. But yeah, for... Yeah. We don't. Like, I think they were a very young person who like just started getting into speedrunning from mobile gaming, as is probably the case for many young people. They get their first phones, they discover emulation, but they haven't fully grasped the concept of competitive speedrunning yet and what it entails, and that you have to bring people on the same page on a level playing field. But yeah, that was when I had another look at what is the current state of the art. Adrianus from the Game Boy community keeps a spreadsheet with all of the test results that he does on different emulators. It's very helpful for the community. It's a good starting point. You get your foot in the door, you reach out to the community after your submission on speedrun.com gets denied. And then if you grow up a little bit and wrap your head around, hey, okay, this is about fairness for everybody. At least then you already have a foot in the door. You have talked to some people, and maybe then you change your mind. And try to, like, if you like the hobby enough, then you look for accurate emulators. If you have the means, if you have a PC in that regard. Like, if it's somebody who just has a phone, it's gonna be rough. Gonna be hard in that case. Yeah, with Game Boy there are some strange games where maybe it has been figured out, but back when it was the Game Boy game Addams Family, I don't remember on which it was. I think on Super Game Boy, there is a screen transition or a loading screen that takes like 6 seconds. And it doesn't do that on any other platform. It doesn't do it on GBI, on Game Boy Player, on the emulators. It's only on the Super Game Boy, and there's no packet loading involved. Like it's not an enhanced game at all. Oh, also Super Mario Land 1 is an interesting one. Super Mario Land 1, the very first loading screen, like from the menu into the first level, into 1-1, I think it takes 4 frames less to load that on Super Game Boy. All other platforms are the same. Super Game Boy has a loading advantage, I believe. Or was it a disadvantage? One of the two. Which prompted us using character control for timing and removing that mini discrepancy. Just because it's the only way to deal with it, really. But yeah, those kinds of loading screens, Game Boy loading screens, seem to... That's what I meant earlier, that Game Boy emulation or like the understanding of Game Boy games is not fully understood in some cases. The Addams Family one was an extreme example, though. Like, that loading screen is ridiculously long for whatever reason. Maybe it's trying to do like maybe the Super Game Boy or 2 misinterprets some signature in the game as if it was an enhanced game and tries to load something but can't. And then gives up at some point and lets the game load. I have no idea. I never ran the game, but I was aware of that behavior. Specific palettes is there are basically default palettes. Let me turn off the game while I talk, just to make sure that this one loads. Let me show you. So there are default palettes, yes. Most Game Boy games get assigned a default palette. SML2 has this green yellowish, like this very one here. These are just palettes that are... Oops, that's not the one. That are available in the palette selection. Let me uncrop my capture real quick. There. Where are we? Filters. Crop. Okay. So this one just assigns an existing palette. I don't think there are any special ones for non-enhanced games. I think it's always one of these. Kirby's Dream Land, for example, I think has the pinkish one. Which one is it? I think it's this one. I think this is the Kirby's Dream Land custom, or no, not custom, but default palette. It's not random, no. There is some assignment going. I don't know how they determine this, but you can find a list, like on the Wikipedia page of Super Game Boy Enhanced games. You can find a list of which games have a like specific palette assigned. I don't remember which one is the one that doesn't. It's one of these brown. I think it's this one. I think this one is used if the game doesn't have anything assigned. So this is the default, if I remember correctly. Was it this one? I can never tell. If I load up the SML2 practice ROM, or in general, like things that are loaded from a flash card, they don't have that. Like the Super Game Boy 2 doesn't detect it. So this will show the palette that I mean. Does tennis have one? Yeah, it's just this brown one. Which one is it? Oh, it's just 1A. That makes sense, I guess. That makes a lot of sense. Just 1A. Yeah, the non-assigned ones just default or stay at 1A. I think Motocross Maniacs, for example, is one of those that doesn't have a palette that I'm familiar with. F1 Race might be another one that doesn't have a palette. I don't remember which one SML1 has. I have it here. I can have a look. Oh, there's SML1. This might have a similar one to SML2. No, I don't remember green. What does this have? I'm curious. Does it even have any? Because it's such an early game, does it even have one? It does. There's some red in there. Red and green. Which one is this? 1F. I'm not sure if I'm getting what you mean there. Question why it doesn't use the improvement. I think it's just because it is part of the, like, specifically the SGB hardware, while Game Boy Color just has a faster CPU, which allows for loading more stuff and also running the games with less lag. I don't think any of the other features are portable in that case, in that sense. So it's specifically a hardware feature of the Super Game Boy and Super Game Boy 2. Looks red. I know, I mean, the Super Game Boy Enhanced games really mean that. Super Game Boy Enhanced. It doesn't do anything for Game Boy Color. Maybe that's a choice to make it look like an old arcade game, maybe. I have no idea. Or maybe they only focus, because it was the first Super Game Boy Enhanced game, I believe. Or like the big one that they marketed the Super Game Boy with in the first place. Maybe they just over-focused on the Super Game Boy enhancement features and forgot about that people might also play it on a different platform, on a handheld. Probably didn't forget about it. It's my best guess. I never played it myself. It looked like an interesting speedrun at least, but I'm not really, I was never really into the arcadey games. I do realize that they changed things up a little bit to make it more modern. Yeah, it wasn't really my cup of tea. Yeah. They added more stuff compared to the OG, right? They had trampolines and things like that. I only remember the trampolines. There was more stuff. I had... like, I don't know about other countries, but Germany had Nintendo magazines that were free of charge. You could just go to the next newspaper store or kiosk, and the Nintendo magazine was free. You could just take it. Just had to call 01305608. I think that was the free of charge Nintendo hotline, and they would give you advice. You could ask them question about games. Hey, I'm stuck in this game, and what do I do? And they would try to help you. Yeah, let me see. I still have these magazines. I'm gonna show you one. This is an example. This is the one from August 1996. I guess they only came out every other month, because it says number 4 of 96. I think they started in like 89 or so. So these were running for quite a while. It's not a huge magazine. It's like 60 pages or so. 74. Okay, it's not too bad. Yeah, they were telling you about what was about to release, and it was also a strategy guide, if you will, with some Terranigma in it, with some like dungeon maps and stuff. Yeah, like the fact that it was free only really kicked in for me like years later. Yeah, you can it doesn't come across on the camera. But this is usually where the price would be, right? But it only says like edition and the month of release. It says no price on any of these. The original Nintendo seal of quality in German. I think at some point they just stopped releasing these. I don't think they ever made them cost something. I don't remember that. They got kind of overtaken or made redundant by more and more magazines coming out, which cost money. Like from... not made by Nintendo. And then... It was probably just because they cost Nintendo too much to give them out for free, so they just stopped releasing them at some point. Oh, really? Why was that? The 90s is when Nintendo really came up here. Sega. See, I knew a single person, which was my distant or somewhat distant cousin, who had a Sega system. I don't even remember what it was. If it was a Master System or a Game Gear or whatever. I don't actually remember. We visited once and played some Sonic on it, and I just thought, okay, that's that. But I always liked my Super Nintendo much better. Bless me. Dang. That is interesting because it's... Where is that, if you don't mind me asking? In Portugal. Oh, interesting. I can only really speak for my German experience in the 90s. And Sega was basically non-existent. Like if you would go to like the toy stores and supermarkets, you had those like open shelves, or well, not really open. Like you had consoles in plexiglass, and you could play the games in the supermarket. And that was only, like, you could only find Nintendo consoles there. I've never seen a Sega console in a supermarket or a toy store in Germany, ever. Like, that's probably partially because of my blinders, but they also didn't do a lot of, like, TV commercials also. I think they just never really... I remember the representative, though. There was this guy whose name I forgot, who was just like a badass. Like he would give interviews and just say it how it was. He was working for Sega Europe, I think it was Sega Europe, not Sega Germany. So he was funny to listen to in like the gaming TV shows. But outside of that, I never really perceived Sega. It just wasn't a thing in my perception. Everything was Nintendo. And TV commercials were kind of only Nintendo. I don't recall any Sega TV commercials from the 90s in Germany. There probably were some, but they probably just got drowned out by everything being Nintendo. So it's strange hearing that. Like, what did Sega even have? Like, later with the Dreamcast, sure. The Dreamcast had some like interesting and exclusive stuff. I mean, by what metric? What metric is this using? Because if you look at like the sales numbers, did Sega games sell in the millions? Because Nintendo games did. Even Game Boy games. The Mega Drive sold approximately 8.3 million units in Western Europe. 8.3. Let's compare that with the Super Nintendo. Where is the number? List of best-selling game consoles by region. Japan, China, Middle East, Americas. Why is Europe so far down? There. There's a wiki page for the list of best-selling game consoles by region. The best-selling console. This is all over the place, right? PlayStation 2 in front of PlayStation 1 in front of Switch. Those are the 3 best-selling consoles in Europe ever. Sega, in fact, comes ahead of Nintendo. Mega Drive, 8.3 million, that's the number. NES, 8.02 million. Super Nintendo only 5.2 million. This is surprising to me, but you were absolutely right. The Mega Drive alone is the one that sold so much. Master System also ahead of Super Nintendo. That is very confusing to me. Let me see if they... So here's Germany. They also list Germany separately. I'm curious. So Game Boy is the best-selling Nintendo console system in Germany with 6.8 million. Then the Wii, then the 3DS, then the N64, then the Game Boy Color, then the Super Nintendo, then the NES, and then the Mega Drive. Yeah, it's different in Germany. Interesting. The Mega Drive only sold 800,000 copies in Germany, whereas in all of the rest of Europe, it's like 8 million. Yeah, like this is a Germany thing. This is where my perception comes from. Interesting. Yeah, it's completely flipped. If you check. Oops. There. It's an interesting listing. It doesn't list Portugal separately. It only lists Spain as a separate market. In Spain it was kind of close between Mega Drive and Super Nintendo. And the Master System was behind, well, also ahead of the NES, if you take that as a comparison. But the numbers are much closer. Very interesting. Well, yeah, that is definitely where my perception comes from. That something... Maybe it was the free magazines. Maybe that's how Nintendo got us. I mean, it just shows you how powerful marketing can be. I don't like it, but that's the reality. Because my perception was that this guy has... Why doesn't he have... Like, it wasn't even... Like, it's even worse. It wasn't even, oh, this guy has a Sega console. That's lame. No, that wasn't even a consideration. It was just, oh, this guy doesn't have a Super Nintendo. That's lame. Like, it could have been anything else. That is true. They were also really big, and I think they are still quite big in the arcade market, specifically in Japan. They just had their arms everywhere. I think nowadays Sega mostly makes arcade machines. See, Jonas, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if I look back now, like there are so many iconic and just very, very good, objectively good Super Nintendo games, N64 games, NES games. Whereas with Sega, what has held up in terms of Sega games? What's Yeah, name some. Let me see if it rings any bells. Obviously I won't have played them, but like in the but are those it doesn't seem to have lasted, right? Whereas with Nintendo you have the Zelda series, that like the entire franchise. You have Metroid, you have Super Mario, which everybody knows. And like for a reason, because the games were just kind of groundbreaking and they shaped generations at the time. Obviously I have my Nintendo colored glasses from my German upbringing on, but there are just those games that are so iconic. Like the Final Fantasies started on NES. I have so many series that you just remember and that you. Oh, Yakuza is in a Sega original. Is Virtual Fighter the same as Virtua? No, was there a Virtua? Maybe I'm confusing it with Virtua Soccer and Virtua Tennis. That might have been something else. Without the L. The thing with Sonic is I never liked Sonic as a game concept. But that's me, I guess. Always seemed kind of strange. Yeah, Dreamcast was the one where I can hear some nostalgia. Like Shenmue is one game that always gets brought up as one of those just unique games that started something that wasn't there before. But that's about it in my personal perception of how I lived through those years. I do have a lot of like broader magazines as well that are not just Nintendo. I'm gonna sort these and make it like a channel point redemption at some point, so we can go through some of the magazines. Maybe something like that will come up again. Maybe something in there will tell us what the deal was. See, I've heard of Jet Set Radio. I have not heard of Channel 5. I've never heard of Choo Choo Rocket. Crazy Taxi I know as an anime, I think. Yeah, I only know. I mean, the PAL 60 was a little bit strange, right? Like it never really worked well because the games weren't optimized for it. Oh, I guess these are CD-based systems, so it's not that big of a problem. Because in the cartridge-based consoles, you had to adapt the games themselves to make them run for 50, so they wouldn't have worked on 60. So you needed a CD-based system, so to speak. Yeah. I mean, the GameCube did the same, or tried the same. But from what I remember... No, the GameCube did. GameCube has PAL 60. I know that for a fact. Game specific. I know that I mean, most of my knowledge comes from Game Boy speedrunning. I know that the Game Boy player also enabled that. Interesting. I mean, it makes sense. It obviously also makes sense for like the Game Boy player because it was supposed to play Game Boy games, which already were conceptualized for 59.7275 frames per second. That is also true. I mean, I wouldn't say... maybe it was a little bit earlier here, but color TVs took over quite quickly after the reunification after the 1990. I want to say that was one of the first big things that my parents bought once the markets opened. Oh, initially Germany got color TV in the 70s already, I believe. But not East Germany. And I grew up in East Germany, and I grew up with black and white TV. And only after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 89 and the reunification in 90. Only then, when like the markets opened, when the like West German distributors also distributed in East Germany, that's when color TV became... I think you could technically get color TV earlier, but in East Germany you had to pay like ridiculously amounts of money for those kinds of things and wait for like 20 years, which is not a joke. Like, for example, you had to apply for a car. Ideally, like, your parents would already apply for your car. Like, this doesn't really concern me. I was very young in East Germany. But you sometimes had to wait 10 years after applying. Like, you apply for a car because they only produce what is needed, right, in the plant economy. So everybody has to wait in line, so to speak, for years and years and years. And then after 10 years, you get what you ordered 10 years earlier. And it was the same thing with all like expensive, like luxury articles. You weren't supposed to really have them in the first place. So they tried to... I mean, some things were just not available, period. You could choose between 3 different cars, basically. You could get the Trabant 601. Sometimes you could get a different model, or you could get the expensive Wartburg. But which probably then meant that you had to wait for even longer to get that one. And then you could get one of the Russian brands. You could get Lada. But yeah, there wasn't much variety on East German, or I guess in general, on the streets behind the Iron Curtain. You had, I think Dacia was a thing, which is a... Where's Dacia from? Czech Republic, I think, or Czechoslovakia back then. No, you could not get. Volkswagen was from Wolfsburg. That was West Germany. Was there a 4-stroke Trabant? Wait, was that the old one? Was that the model 600B? I wonder. My dad knows these things, because he was obviously involved. Maybe that was that one. That was the one that we had, actually. I mean... sadly, a lot of East Germans, even living today, would sadly disagree with that. Which is... It's a strange thing, the way people here reacted to the reunification. While it was economically unsustainable, East Germany gave some kind of like fake security, fake sense of security to the people by giving everybody work. Like, unemployment didn't exist, right? So everybody had their little part to play in the system. Otherwise, they were pushed to the sides and didn't really exist. But that came at the expense of the overall system not being sustainable. Because obviously you can't sustain this. If you have to create jobs just so that you don't have unemployed people, it just doesn't work out. It didn't work out, obviously. The system collapsed. But that meant that all of those people who had some purpose, suddenly, as the borders opened up and the free market took over, suddenly there was no need for those like specifically created jobs or like lines of work anymore, because they were just not needed. They were just there to be filled with people before the reunification, and then once capitalism takes over, those just get rationalized away. So East Germany had a very high unemployment rate very quickly, which then it snowballs back and forth. Like you have structural problems stemming from that. A lot of like West German realtors swept in and bought a lot of the real estate. So that also was out of the hands of the local people, and it developed this strange like dynamic. It was perceived by the people in East Germany as a top-down dynamic. Also, East Germany had its own currency before the reunification, and then the currency got like swapped out for the West German money. But the East German money was like, because of its like weak economy and the collapsed system, was only worth half as much as the West German currency. So in the perception of the East Germans, their money got cut in half at the same time as everything just changing and jobs disappearing and everything just being unfamiliar all of a sudden. So quite a few people didn't really deal very well with what is objectively a good development, but they just felt like it wasn't good enough or they lost something. I guess I have to look into the four-stroke Trabant. Maybe they were so rare that I never noticed or never saw them. Yeah, there's a wage gap as well, but at the same time that one gets countered a little bit by living costs also being significantly lower. So that's not the huge factor, I would say. Just rambling. And then later Sega Europe collapsed. Let's bring it back to Sega. And they went back to, well, they solely focused on doing arcade machines and PC games. Anyway, it is very late here. Well, everywhere. So I will head to bed. I guess I'm not watching anime today. It's too late now. Let me see if any of my friends are streaming. Now Laugh is streaming, but Laugh sometimes has raids turned off. Let's see. Let me check if raids are turned off today. Some strange music going on Laugh's channel. Let's see. Are raids on? No. Channel has disabled raids. MJ is playing Game Boy Tetris. Let's see if this one goes through. It looks like it. MJ stream can be like a tornado music-wise. We'll see. He has an interesting music taste. He's from Finland. Have a good one. Thanks for watching today. I shall be back on Thursday. Bye-bye. Let's hope it's not too loud over there.